Hello. How do? Where did it go? Where did you go? What the heck? Pomo counter. We have it, right? We have the Pomo counter now. Wait, what the fuck? Alright. Hello, good morning. Hi, Adia. Good morning. Is the mic super loud? Wait, let me fix also the microphone. We have the counter. Yeah, that's working finally. Okay. Okay. Is it better? Hi. You can't hear background noises? Is it better now? Hi. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hi, kiddo. Hello, hello, people. How are y'all doing? How is it going today? How are we doing? Hello. Okay. We start the day with some troubleshooting. I will need your help. So, I need all the brains out there. All the brains out there, all the smart brains that I have here in chat. I need you to help me out for the progress bar. Alright, so what am I gonna share if I do this? Let's see. Alright, not the one, not the one, not even this one. No, that's not, those are not things that we like. No, give me a second. Okay, I need to fix that. I thought I was going to work, it did not. Why are you always showing the wrong... No, I want this one. Alright, 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 we got it, we got it. Such a pain. Okay. There we go. So, you know the progress bar. Okay, you know it. So what I used to do to make it start, like it's something that I made here, right? It's made here, like it's a whole program that a friend of mine made, and I helped them out. So what I used to do was to just run this one right here. That is just npm run dev, all right? That's everything I was going to do. I cannot anymore. Like I do it, and it doesn't answer to my commands. It doesn't do shit. I don't... How? I used to just go to like here, just do like pictures overlays progress. What's up?
Buongiorno.
Oh, buongiorno. Hi, Lame. Thank you so much for that. I used to do go here, and I used to go to npm run dev. What does it mean? Hi, Chibi. Oh, you can... Oh, sorry. What is happening? It just needs to run dev. Run dev. That's everything it has to do. I did went to the gym, Ari. I actually went to the gym. You see, that's why I got a shower also. What do you mean you cannot see shit? Oh, I need to install Node.js. That's it. That's it. How do I install it? By the way, Core for insurance, you're amazing. You're right. I didn't think about, like, I didn't install all of those things. How do I install Node.js? What a pain. Oh, just Google? Oh, it's just like that? That's it? I just... Don't tell me that then I have to restart the computer. I'm not gonna restart it. I don't have to restart the computer. Right. Hi, Rua. Hello. You don't think it's necessary? Nice. Chibi, that's loud. Shh. Chibi's early. Shh. Shh. You're loud. Shh. If people still sleeping. Chibi. Shh. Okay, I'm downloading that one. Oh. Aw, Chibi. Thank you so much for that. How many months are there? 16 months. Thank you for the 16 months, Chibi. Chibi, stop being so loud. Yeah, for real. Okay, let's install. Hi, Rising. Hello. We're already troubleshooting something. Okay. We're already troubleshooting something. But you know what? Should I install it to C or to the H? I don't know which one is the H, so I'm just going to install it to the C for now. Wait, what? No. Installing. See? Okay, hi. Good. Ah, you learned nothing on the MSI Office. Yeah, I know. But the point is, like, I don't need it, like, to be super fast. I use it only for this app. Only for this usage, you know? So I don't really need it. So we're fixing stuff. Let's see if now it works. Hold on. I see numbers. Oh, we have it. We have the timer. Just. Let's go. Oh my god, we're back with having the timer and the progress bar. Let's go. We fixed everything. We have mods. You should have all the usual commands. Pets should be working. I think I fixed everything. Hi Fleeker, good morning. I think we fixed all of it. Look at this. Thank you for the pets. Thank you. Oh, I have to do the story that we are like, yes, pets are working. Also dad jokes should be working. You should restart your console. Like my console is my computer. That's gonna be fine. My command line? I just hear from the speaker. No. It's just because like the microphone is like louder, way louder. And so you should also be able to hear them also from the stream. Let me do the tweet, and then we are starting. I don't know how you felt about yesterday. Yesterday we went through like all our goals and shit and stuff to do, but I have so many. Oh, we have a wheel? Oh. So close to story time. We were so close. Saj, we have a charades. Saj, we have a charades. Saj. Big Saj. Big Saj. I'm giving all of me for this. I fucked it up. JJ! Happy 20 months. No, it is not. Can I please have a JJ Wiggle pet, please? JJ, thank you so much for the 20 months. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for helping so freaking much the community. Chat, can I have a lot of love to JJ, please? They definitely deserve it. They definitely deserve it. We don't talk about Bruno, no. Okay. Save. I did one more picture and then we are good to go. Today, this morning I woke up not too late and I didn't like procrastinate it too much. A little bit, not too much. How was yesterday? It was really good. How was your family day? That's more important. How was your family day? Did you have fun? Let me also start. Let me listen to these words. Let me also start the live on TikTok. We're back on it. We don't talk about Bruno, no. Education. There we go. We are live over there too. Done. Why did I scare you with the video today? What's wrong? Wait. We don't talk about Bruno, no. By the way, in 2023, I also want to change the alerts. I also want to... Too quiet to hear? I didn't play yet. There's no music playing. Spotify doesn't want to play music. What? Spotify. Why don't you want to... Oh, because there is nothing that he can play? Oh, there we go. We got it. No more Bruno? Yeah, I think no more Bruno. I think no more Jeff Bezos, or maybe like a new like remix of it. And no more and I want you no more of that. Wait, making the same old... I'm into you, I'm into you. I'm into you. Sandro, holy fucking shit. Perros. Sandro, holy fucking shit. Sandro, thank you so freaking much for the 10. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you very much for it. What? And Barros, thank you so much for the 2 months with the Prime. We have a train. We have a train. Goodness. Sandro, thank you for that. We're already at 13. We're already halfway. I haven't even done like the tweet nor the story, and we're already like halfway to the goal. Like, what the heck? By the way, we have to like set new goals, new things to achieve. Don't start saying like, oh, we should do bungee jumping. No. But like, I found a very cool place in Portugal. I know that we already achieved Portugal, so I'm planning to go to Portugal because I never told you. Okay, I never told you this because I don't want to jinx it. But if you know, you know. But apparently the situation is getting better. I don't know what that means, but apparently the situation is getting better. So maybe this is doing. Maybe I can actually leave for a little bit. We'll see. We will see. Happy New Year to you, nerd. Happy New Year to you. So I was thinking about maybe I found this place which is called Madeira in Portugal. I know, but I don't want to get too hyped, you know. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. We will see. I don't wanna be, you know. Okay, Nashan. No, I'm not leaving. But if I go to Portugal, I'll still be like doing these things, right? But from Portugal. The only thing is like, if before, hi Costa, if before I thought like I could stream from my potato laptop, now I cannot do it anymore. Madeira is an island and looks beautiful, beautiful. So I don't know. It looks super, super nice. And it's also very, very cheap. Oh, really? He comes from there? Cristiano Ronaldo comes from Madeira? I didn't know. There's even more reasons to go now. Wait, I'm making the story. Live now. Wait. Okay. Done. No. You. Here. One more thing and then we're done. Is it the stream title from yesterday? Yes. Did I forgot something? Oh yeah. Yeah. We don't need any of. We don't need. We just need this. Okay. There we go. Let me put the link. Study DME. No. Ah! I fucked up the link. I fucked it up. He probably lives elsewhere, but he invested a lot of money on the island. Really? Like how? Oh, I fucked up double. Oh, I have to do it all over again. I have to do everything all over again. Shit. Okay. Wait, let me focus. You know that I'm shit with this thing. Let me focus for a second. So I make this. Okay. This. D. Like in schools and stuff. Oh. By the way, thank you so much for the train. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for the morning train. Jump on board! Happy New Year's house! Jump on board! But I don't know what to eat, and I'm not gonna lie, this chat is cringe, not welcoming and wanting to talk to me. What's up? Get fucked? What's wrong with you? What's going on? Why do you have to be so mean? Holy guacamole. Someone woke up with the wrong foot, I guess. Oh well. Oh well. This is not the year that we're gonna get bothered by this shit. We were not last year. We're not gonna be this year. Anyway. We're 2 today? Really? We already banned 2? We already banned 2? Hello there. Hi, Madness. There we go. Then that. Oh, I haven't like my phone is connected to charge, But there's no energy. Alright. Hey. Going for a world record? Let's go. Wait, what was the first one? I didn't even notice. Did Aria take care of that? Do you have some Notion template that you use on your study, or do you have someone to suggest me? I don't have anyone because when I was studying, I did not use Notion because I didn't know about it. You know? Anyway, how are we feeling, chat, for today? How is the mood level? How is the energy? Thank you, Levels. Appreciate you. How are you, Levels? Happy New Year. You're so in love with Notion? Nice. Happy you like it. Very happy. Doctor, what the fuck? Doctor, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. What the heck? What? You didn't even say hi. You didn't even say good morning. You didn't say... You didn't say nothing. What? Or did I miss you? Doctor, I'm sorry, but thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate you. Haven't been here since last year. Hi. Yes, now you're saying hi. First day of serious studying. We got this, Diego. We got this. Hi, Pepo. Hello. Oh, Popo? Sorry, I need glasses. Where did I leave them? Don't know. Are we ready to start? Are we ready to get something done today? Popov. Is it wrong? Popov? Popov? Am I writing something wrong? 3:30 a.m.? No! Okay, yeah. Okay, you can try to put your brain to sleep, but if I can suggest you something, try to do something more physical. Like go clean the house, fix the dishes. Popov. I'm hungry. I don't know if you heard that, but that was my story of saying that I'm hungry. Alright, okay. I'm gonna give you food. Try to like tire your brain. Thank you, Madness. Madness is very sweet. Thank you. Appreciate you for those words. But yeah, I know. I have fun with haters right now. Like, it's not like... They're saying stuff that it's not like I've never heard. And then I heard them when I was in elementary school. So, like... hearing them now... 3 hours of productivity? Wait, what? You have to wake up to... 6:30 anyway? Shit. Still, try to do something like to tire your brain. So maybe you can sleep out at least half an hour, like a little bit. Pera is doing great. She's on her chair and she's loving her chair. For real. Like, she's too addicted. What is that? Glasses time? Ready to... What are all of those? What are all of those? But can someone, like, see all of the, like... glasses time and all of that by just like scrolling or not? Nathan, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate you for the Prime. It really, really means a lot. If you decide to use, you have 1 Prime each month and you decide to give it to someone. So if that Prime you decide to give it to to this community, I really appreciate you, Nathan. Thank you so much for that. And you're also a newbie. Look at you getting sniffed. Look at that. Marcus also already sniffing. Marcus already learned. Shall we start? Can I see properly without glasses? Kinda. I think that in the future I will have to go to get new glasses. I'm gonna get super cheap glasses or something that I need just for driving or something, because I feel like I'm losing a little bit more of sight. And since I use it for computer, it's fine. But when I use it for driving, yesterday when I was coming back from Vicenza, I put an air tag on the glass. When I was coming back from Vicenza, I actually felt like I was like, and I was like, this is not safe. This is not safe. I have to fix this. So I need to go get like new glaze. How many grades do you have? Like on my eyes, I was missing 0.5, which is nothing. But when you're driving in the dark and the cars are far away, and you're like, yes, you know, I did not drink at all. That I did not drink at all. Oh, oh, Scofan. Okay. All right. Okay. Holy. Meet up in Padova? Why in Padova? Actually, no, I'm not gonna tell you. I keep jinxing myself. We will see. Okay, listen, we're gonna see. I have things in plan, but I'm not gonna tell you. They keep saying like build stuff in the darkness and then let them know with the. I'm not gonna tell you. We will see. Do you have any advice to find a girl met at Berfis? Leave it. Just leave. Meow, leave. Are you from Verona? Don't. Just no. Run. Run. And hi Kiwi, doing good. How are you? Build stuff in the dark. Yeah, it's actually like a motivational thing. Like do your own stuff without telling anyone, and then you're gonna grow and show them with your actions and shit. Hi Chichi. Chichi barato, no? Hi, good morning. Good morning. Are we ready to start? Are we ready to do something? How did I grow as a co-working streamer? I can't seem to get more than 3 viewers at a time. And do I just need to wait? No, not really. Which one is it? TwitchCon. There you go. There you go. Look at that video. Mods and I worked on a full presentation on how to become a co-working streamer and how like the story that worked for me. You can check that out. Are we ready to do something today? Hamiato said Padua is top 2 city in Italy. Yes. Yeah. Why motivation problem? No, Ripcore. No motivation. No fucking motivation. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need motivation. Motivation is bullshit. We're just gonna go through tomatoes. We're gonna just crunch those, alright? Solve integrals, that's what you're doing. Pinerolo is the best idiom. She was so cute. I don't remember her name. You don't need that. You don't need that, meow. You don't need that. Coffee has been drunk. Emails checked. Let's do this. Oh hell yeah. Pegasus, I'm actually not studying anymore. I'm mostly like working. When I started the channel, I was studying. Now I'm working. So if you're new to this, you don't know what the fuck is gonna happen, I'm gonna mute myself for 45 minutes. We're gonna all get our stuff done. Whatever it is, it could be like working, studying, cleaning your room, reading a book, checking your emails, all of that for 45 minutes. These 45 minutes are like a tomato, all right? That's what I call a tomato. A session of study. Pomodoro in Italian. This is it. Hi, Janet dear. Hi, welcome back. And Happy New Year, Betos. So, after these 45 minutes, we chit-chat, we talk, and you tell me how it goes, how it did not goes, and all of that. How can you make an Italian woman like me? Don't. What? Chat. Okay, if you're new, please don't do compliments. Treat me as please, as, I don't know, as a soul. Ignore anything that is exterior, please. That will be appreciated. Everything else makes me cringe. All right? As a cheater, as a buddy. I like that. There we go. Yeah. Please don't make it start. We have a very, very light finger on the ban button. Cool. And how, Eric? Okay. Can we say that you look healthy? That's okay. You can say that I look healthy. That's fine. That's I like it. Anyway. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome back to the break. Hi. How are you doing? How is it going? How are you feeling? How is it going? Okay. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm currently like watching back the test for the podcast that we're gonna have. It's gonna be podcast, but also on YouTube. So I don't know. I'm curious to see how it's gonna go. Very curious about that one. I think if I did something, ooh, that's okay. That's very much. Even if it was just a little, it was very much okay. And the same integral. Wait, why, Rico? What's going on? Pomocast coming soon. Yes, I hope you like it. I hope you would like it. And I'm the only thing that I'm most scared of it is like because like when I'm here, when I'm live, I already like overshare maybe sometimes, but you wrote me more really. Sorry if I didn't answer. I'm gonna check it out. Yo, Koi, thank you so much for the 8 months. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Um, it depends if you are okay with it. Atlantis, go for it. But anyway, I was like here on live. Sometimes like I overshare stuff, right? Um, but in the podcast because like I'm completely alone. Like here, I feel like I am with you somehow, right? When I'm recording the podcast, I'm completely alone. So I feel like I overshared maybe a little bit too much. Maybe a little bit too much, like so like usually like thank God there is like two people helping me out. So I send them first. I sent one. I sent like the notes, and they're like remove this part. And to the other one, I sent the video, and they're like cutting. Okay, so the idea of the Pomocast was to be out. Pomcast was to be out on the 5th of January, but I didn't expect the holidays to take me this much time, so I think it's gonna be 1 week later. But I also want to create the right hype, so maybe 2 weeks. I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry. It just these holidays have been crazy. I genuinely did not expect that. I genuinely did not expect that. As a tradition solita Angela, yeah. Pomcast, yes. No, it is actually not Pomocast, but Pomcast, I think. How did they write it here? Anyway, I'm gonna check it out. Okay, a month. No, 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 no. You can record the podcast while streaming in focus. Not actually, Statwa, because I tried to record it with my phone. It's not that good. So I'm gonna be recording with this camera. But I wanna go. I wanna do it like in the new setup. Like in my other room now, there's also like the lights, the all cool stuff. So I can just bring the camera there and just do it there. Mute podcast for studying? Yes, Fuzzy. It's actually gonna be like a podcast that you can also use to study. That's the idea. Like I'm trying different things. I'm gonna be trying different things. So we're gonna have a podcast where you have like the tomato, so you have like Spotify or so. Yes. So it's gonna be like you have on Spotify, you have the podcast, like you have 5 minutes of talking, 25 minutes of like music, like a playlist that you can skip songs and all of that. And then it's gonna automatically go into 5 minutes of like chit chatting, and then 25 minutes, and then 5 minutes and 25 minutes, like two tomatoes. Then I'm also gonna upload the version with only the talking, because maybe you're interested in only the talking, you don't care about doing tomatoes. And I'm gonna do the same on YouTube. Lucy. Lucy, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Um, So then I'm also gonna upload them on. On YouTube, and that's where there's gonna be the video of course, because you know it's a YouTube video. So it's gonna be on a video on YouTube also. So 2 camera points so you can have your 7-minute break on the comfy chair with Pera. The chair is not there anymore. The chair is not there anymore. I wish. In a way, to do that, it's like I would need 2 cameras, and cameras are expensive. Hi, Dev. Hello. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. How are you? Yeah. Anyway, this is the plan for the podcast. I just need to get through things because like the other thing, I feel like I'm like, because I'm not really clear with my thoughts. I'm not, if you hear me talking, I'm not like that straight when I cannot do like a full on conversation, like a straight line of conversation. So I like take notes, right? But I need to take notes and I hate to write, but I am doing it because it's actually being helpful. Like I've been talking about things that I really, really care about and they're really close to me. And I hope that I'm not giving you any like, oh, this way you solve it. It's more like, oh, this is how I'm dealing with it. If you have any tips on the things that I'm talking about, I'd love to hear about it, you know? But yeah, we're doing shit. Anyway, it will be good. I will see. We'll see. I'm very excited about it. Also because that means that I will be back on YouTube, which is like I haven't been publishing a video for so long. I also need to find someone that will be editing my videos. You know how Ank has Coste editing his video? I'm also looking for someone that will be editing my video. We'll see. We'll see. Someone has to do it? Someone has to do what? Someone has to do what? Vexitting? Anyway. Shall we get back to work? Sub sound are only playing from your speaker. No, it should be also from the computer, but they are also from the speaker because of how I managed it for now. But I haven't fixed the Go XLR yet. It's my goal. I will not be able to do it tonight. Maybe tomorrow morning. No, I have the psychologist. So I guess on tomorrow night I will be able to fix it. We need a Paradox Costa for G? Yes, we know. We do. Paradox editing? Yes. Anyway. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. I'm also gonna get a snack because what time is it? 12:40. Alright, it's time to do something. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be right back. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Be good, everyone. Oh, did I unmute myself on TikTok? I did not. I'm so sorry. Hello. Welcome back to the break. Hi. Hello. How are you doing? Jake will be mad? Why Jake should be mad? Hello. Hi, Akhenaten. How is it going, people? How are you feeling? Ooh. Tonio! Tonio, thank you for the 5 months. Tonio, thank you so much for the 5 months. Appreciate you very much for it. Hello. Wait, let me also unmute on TikTok. Hello, welcome back to the break. Hi, hi, hi. Alerts are kind of low. Let me increase them. There we go. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. It's I'm being extremely productive today. This moment was unproductive for you. It's okay. Maybe you were hungry, or maybe you just ate. I'm okay. Like I'm doing shit. I'm doing stuff. Like I'm happy about it. Wait, I have a meeting later in at 2. In half an hour. That's okay. You got distracted by my TikTok? No, don't go on TikTok. Don't. If you're watching this from TikTok, hi, nice to meet you. I'm G, but still, don't get distracted. This is a way that you should use your phone. Like you keep your phone like busy, you know. Brain foggy creme brulee. Maybe it's time to get like some workout done. That usually I'm foggy. I'm foggy is fine. I'm foggy. You know, it makes my brain clearer. I mentioned the live. No, it's okay, Nacho. No. Don't go. Charades. Oh shit, charades. Let's have charades now, because later I will have to like because I have the freaking meeting. So if we go a little bit longer with this break, it's okay. Dopo la pioggia? I don't know that one. I don't know. What do you mean you like this game? Shut up. You like this game. If you don't know what charades is, it's a little game that we do to practice our brains, to wake up a little. And like... Chechik, you try. To wake up a little bit and, you know, you don't win anything. Just learn language. Yeah, there we go. We have 4 levels. We go from easy to very hard. The first one is just to check on if you have a brain, if you're still alive, if you can be legally considered alive right now. So we have easy. Thank you for appreciating these days. I love them. First one, super easy. Ready? You want the charades with stat? Well, we can do it at the end. Ready? Action! Desk. Yeah, you already got it. You already got it. It's a desk. It's a high strong, by the way. Hi. Yep. It's a desk. Easy, you know? Easy. This is supposed to make you feel good about your own brain. Good job. You are mentally alive. Let's go. Medium level. How can this be medium level? How can this be? I'll tell you the word. I'm not doing it. But the word was woolly mammoth. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Now, easy. Anyway, next one. Ready? Action! It's a chain! Aren't you proud of your own brain? Look at you! Look at you, Chad. You're doing great. You're doing amazing. Let's go. Damn, I'm good. You're amazing. Good job. Easy. Easy. Okay. Next one. This one is heart level. It is a little bit more difficult, right? Ready? Action! Brainstorm, that would have been smart. Yeah, one person got it. Mime, yeah. Two people got it. Two people got it. Another person got it in Italian, but they got it. It was weather. It was weather. This is like the weather person. You know, Charlie Chaplin, you're a smart one. I was like, this is a weather person, you know? And this was like the sun, the rain, and... Anyway. I know I said this year last year. Why did you have to rub it in my face? Because you have to wake up! Wake up, Mikey! It's time to wake up! Anyway, next one. I thought it was Instagram. How was it? How was it Instagram? How was that Instagram? Kero. What? Okay. Okay. Okay, I have, okay, this one is gonna be difficult. This one is heart level, right? Let me move away the chair. I need space. Ready? Okay. Ready? Action! I need to sit down because I have a bomb. Caught red-handed? No! Oh god, maybe it's too far away. But like... One person got it! A person got it! A person got it! Ah! 2 people got it! 3 people got it! 4 people got it! It was shame. It was not victim. It was shame. 5 people got it. Shame because like you're walking, you steal it, and you get caught, and you're like, oh my god, I feel so ashamed. Oh, what did I do? Is it that at least shame, right? That was so bad. That was not bad. Was it real shame or fake shame? I don't know. That's a deep question. By the way, Ian. Shame me while you're acting out something with a gun. I know that was the police that caught me, and then I was like, oh no, I'm so ashamed. You know? We won myself. I can bring you up in the next one if you want to. At the end of the stream, we can do that. Seta would have done it better. These are difficult ones. Next time I'll do Mammoth. Let's see who remembers about Mammoth. Can I be considered IHQ? Yes. Yeah, high IQ. Yeah. Someone points at you a gun. Yeah, because you got caught, you know? Because you got caught. That's why you feel ashamed. You got 0 out of 4? You got 0? HQ, yes, I know, Chechik. I mispronounced. Mammoth? Mammoth? You don't say mammoth? You say mom what? Okay, that is weird. Mom hot? Rico? No, it's a Viper. It's a Viper Razor. Mammoth. No, okay. We're cool. Shall we go back to work? I do have a meeting. You don't say mom hot? Shall we go back to work? We cool. I do have a meeting in like I say big dead elephant. That also works. No wonder they went extinct because no one could call them by their name. I have a meeting at 2. So what if we go for a longer tomatoes? Hi James. Hi. What if we go for a longer tomato? Like an hour tomato? No, why scam? Why scam? Use the if you want. Like if you don't want to make it like a longer one, go get yourself a little bit of like water right now and like things right now. So like then you start. All right. See you later, Oriana. Hell yeah. Okay. I'll check in with you in 1 hour then. Be good, everyone. Only if the break get extended to. Yeah. 50 minutes. 53 minutes. Deal. Bye. Bye. Hello. Hi. Welcome back to the break. Feathers. Feathers. Thank you so much for the snap fingers, for the bottle, for the L, for the football, for the TikTok. Thank you for those. Appreciate you for it. Hello. Welcome back, people. How are y'all doing? How are you feeling? How is it going? Thank you for the pets. I deserve it. I did. Good meeting. Good meeting. Not bad. No, Nairus. No, not the wheel. No, not the wheel. Alright. Let's see. Nice. Sushi! Sushi! Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Hello. Oh! Sushi, thank you for the 2 months at Tornak. Thank you for the 3 months. Tornak, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. Mi ripiglio. Boh, Tentaccio, io sto a posto. Tu come stai che stai a scrivere minchiate su Twitch a persone che non conosci? T'à a posto? Hai bisogno di qualcuno con cui parlare? Se vuoi ne conosco di persone molto molto brave. Molto brave. Ok. Another one! Today is another one. Can fucking suck it. What the fuck? What's going on with all these primers? Oh! Not only we are on a train, but we also have we reached the goal. Kevin! Thank you for the 2 months, Kevin. I appreciate you very much for it. Holy shit. Any primers? Oh, hi. Thank you for the 2 months. Thank you, Tornak, for the 3 months. And thank you, Sushi, for the 2 months. We're all around the same day. You know? Primers? Hell yeah. Why bad comments are always Italians? No. Don't feel bad about that. It's the game of probability, right? The public is mostly Italian, so that's why most of them are Italian. But it's not because of that. Not at all. Sometimes we're cool. I'm angry with you? No, Paru, I'm not angry at you. Why should I be? Italians are not rude. We can also not be rude, I promise to you. Sometimes. Don't. Sometimes we're nice. Sometimes we're cool. Sometimes, stop it! You're new to the channel? It's a newbie. It's a newbie. Hi, Gloria. Hello. You maybe did a mistake right over there. Because you maybe don't know what we do to the newbies. You might not know what we do to the newbies. Let me give you a little sniff. Oh! No, not Nels. Nels stinks. Nels is older. Joking. Alright, thank you for the first month. Nels, thank you for the 3 months. Matoka, welcome in. Why do we have so many newbies in today? Thank you so much for being here. That's so sweet. Nels, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Happy New Year to you. Aww. Oh, stop. Look at all these primer. This is a... Nidus, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you. This is a primer strain. It's a primer strain. Is it supposed to be us to sniff? No, I'm sniffing them. I'm sniffing them because they smell new. Like new cars. Song activity? Song guesser? No. Aww. Yeah, it's okay, Nidus. We all like story time. What's your favorite number though, Nidus? Do you have a favorite number? shy. Okay, so if you're shy and you want to write your first message so you don't get on the spotlight later, just write down now your favorite number. What's your favorite number ever? Write it down. I like to be answered, not ignored. That's okay. Everyone likes that. Just write down your favorite number. Your favorite number. Where is it? What's your favorite number? 637. Okay. I see that. 21. Okay, I see another one. I see another mess. Okay, 42. The person that redeemed the wheel now also picked a number for the story time. The story time. 3 is a magic number. Wait. So apparently, the person picked the number. Have you ever found it? No, don't ever found it. Let's see if I think that we already read this one. We already did this one. If it was not that your favorite number, what else would it be? What else would it be? What else would it be? Change the number. Give me another number. Stop it. Between 1 and 101. Okay, we have another number. I'm tricking you into this. It's actually shit. It's actually shit. So it's like 8 cognitive biases that are creating the way you experience your life. And there's not like short sentences, like one word and then a full-on thing. So I would have to like read all of it. Crème brûlée! Ooh la la! Oh, now I'm hungry. Shit. Oh. Crème brûlée, thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you for being here. Welcome back. I'm not a bad guy, but I get ignored. Thank you so much for the 3 months. I appreciate you. That's a decent hype trade. Look at that. Look at that. It's a really cool hype trade. You're looking beautiful today, Arya. I love you so much. Still, I'm going to read you a story. Tell me, what do you need to be productive on today? What do you need motivation for? Je peux parler français un petit peu. Parce que j'habitais dans la France 2 ans. Rico, you're also looking lovely. Because you survived on your integrals. Good job. Good job. There is no sounds on the mute. I don't know why there is no sound on it. Marcus, you're also looking beautiful today. Because you're a newbie and you still smell kind of fresh. I know there is not the... I don't know where it went. I don't know if I was the one. Maybe I should have it downloaded. Hello, will you read the story after the whole stream? Not the whole, in the next break. Hologram is also broken, most probably. Uno sul lavoro e il quarter e uno su fake news, ma non ce la faccio. You got this, Tommy. Chick-fil-A. Shall we get back to work? Wait, I didn't see what Tommy. Oh, that's what you need motivation for? Sorry. Brain got lost for a second. Tommy, it's just 2 fucking exams. Put down bullet points and then you start writing stuff about it. If you need help with the bullet points, find them with the ChatGPT in English. Then you're gonna translate it in Italian. Then you just write down all your ideas. You just get an input from there and then you just type everything down. Just get through it. Just finish that shit, please. Lorenzo, what do you need motivation for? You see, you also have drop. I provided you drop. Yeah, Obak, join us. Cannot see the forest code? Unlucky. You cannot concentrate and study? Lorenzo, when was the last time that you took a literal, like a good break where you just told yourself, today I'm not gonna do shit? Like nothing, niche. When was the last time? Maybe that's it. Let's refocus. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yeah, that's me, Nick. Shall we go back to work? Oh, Leidos, because I lived in Taiwan for 2 years, so I speak that kind of Chinese. Like the Chinese that I speak is like with those like traditional characters and that accent. Shall we go? Shall we go to work? Shall we get to do something? Yeah? Yeah? We're okay with that? Ready? Alright. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. I'm gonna keep the drop open, otherwise you start crying. I know it already. I'll check in with you later. Okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. What? I fucked up. Hello, Dumbos. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the break. How is it going? How are you feeling? It's time to take this little time for you to stretch. Fuck, I should also stretch. Audio low, yeah, I know. Let's give it time to come back so I don't like scare you too much. Because it's like, if I start screaming, then people start like, oh my god, I was focused. Good, Marcus, thank you for asking. Fine, what's up? Hey. Don't worry, I'm gonna come back full Italian mode. Don't worry about it. Floyd, come here. They're saying hi to you. Hi, Dumbo. Yes, you're a Dumbo. Yes. Yes, you are.
I used to think I was indecisive, but now I'm not sure.
Creme Brulee, what did I... Hey, yo, Creme Brulee, what did I do to you? Why did you give me the wall? We have a full study room on Discord? Holy shit. Yeah, if you didn't know, we have like study rooms on Discord. If you wanna like have a little bit more of empowerment from people, you can join us there. There's a lot of people like working, and you can join either with your cam on or not. Wait, there's Floyd that wants to get out. Give me a second. Wanna go out? Go on your trip. Go on your way. Adieu. Goodbye. Au revoir. I broke something. I just broke something. I don't know what was it, but it's fine. So if you want to join us on Discord, that's where you find a lot of people that are working. You can turn on your camera or not. It's just the same thing that I'm doing right here, but we will have other people checking if you're using your phone and shit like that. Seba! Seba! Seba, thank you so freaking much. I appreciate you very much. Are they still quiet? I appreciate you. Oh, well, you're beautiful. You're pretty. Yes. But Seba, thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby. How do we call it? If you want to join the Discord, now you can't. What do you mean now you cannot? Yes, you can. When will I play Valorant again? I don't know. I haven't been playing much lately. I feel like it's more like I'm trying to like organize more things, and then later I'll just go through that, you know? Yo, what? No, what is all these newbies today? Stay away. Nixim, thank you so much. Thank you for the premium. Wait, all these newbies. What is happening? What is happening? Nixim, thank you so much for the prime. Let me sniff you. You smell perfect. Working through sentry errors and warning backlogs that build up over the holidays. Holy shit. Good luck, Mure. Good luck. Loads of people are also using Notion. Yeah, if you start to use Notion, well, it is a sponsored stream like the month, but as you know, like, I love Notion. I love it like since way before getting sponsored. Like, I contact them, please, I say like, please, I'm using you every single day. Can I please at least like, get like spread the word? And so if you start using it, let me know how you find it. All right, just for real. Like if you like it, not like it. Anyway. What am I studying for? Schmoot. I'm actually not studying anymore. When I started the channel, I was studying. Now I'm mostly working. But should I change my name? Should I change it from study time to something else? But now I got way too used to it. Like it doesn't even mean studying for me anymore. Study, you know. Like when I hear, "Hey, yo, study," it's just the sound that like you know. You know when words start losing their meaning and it starts just not even having like a sound? You know? Co-working? No. If I will ever change my name, it's gonna be just Julia or something like that. G. I'm working for myself. Knife. Brand consistency. That's what I was thinking. Is Trello better than Notion? I think that Trello might be better if you work a lot on like little tasks. You know, work on little tasks and you have to put them there, and you're not very much of a creative person, and you're like working with other people. There's a lot of like dependency on things. If it's like that, then yeah, I think that Trello would be better. Oh, syphilis. Oh, who is talking about syphilis? Who? What stream have you been to? You love study time, right, Mango? And also the fact that I'm missing the eye because there was not the study time available. I'm working on myself. Study is for you. Yeah, true. That is actually for you. Studgy. Like a studgy. I graduated, like my master is in data science and digital marketing, but I'm not doing anything related to data science right now. Especially these days when I was fundraising, OVC started wanted us to. I cannot read it. About reading. You tricked me. Chat, you tricked me. Yeah, all of them, Yo-Yo. I was supposed to read you a story. You distracted me. Oh, Larry, because there was not... You tried to scare me. Because there was not like the and there was not study time was not available. I have forgotten. No, you have not. Look at you. It was not Sangesh. It was reading the story. Oh my god. We are a story, Manuel. Oh, okay. Of course, Larry, of course. No, you think wrong, Jaffer. You think wrong. Yes. Start work unlucky. No! Gigi, go next. You're dumb. Oh, you're reading a book? What book is that? Oh my goodness. I don't know. I know. Swear. I have a wall. I'm gonna do the wall. Not working data science at the moment? No. We're hiring for a few data roles over the next couple of months, throwing it out there. Well, that's really lovely. I don't, but Bude, if you do have a company and you wanna talk about like sharing your job positioning to the community that I have out here, just send me a DM. We can do cool stuff. What's the name of the book? Don't read it, Nairos. This is a shit book. Can I suggest you another book, like a real good book? Not this one, please. I'm reading like an audiobook, and you can read that if you want. It's also good like for the audio because it's like very simple to follow through. You will do nice. Someday is today. Read that one. Someday is today. I'm listening to an audiobook. Sorry. Anyway, shall we get back to work? UK FinTech? UK FinTech? That's where the money stands. Okay, let's get to focus so you don't hear this this alarm. That is Donna. Someone is getting robbed, I guess. Someone is getting robbed. This is the timer. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good. Get yourself water. What's this drop? This is an illegal drop. You pieces of... Look at you. It's a legal drop. Don't, Buddha. Don't drop. Don't fall for it. No. Bad chat. Betcha, you're misbehaving. That was an illegal one. Veggie, no veggie, betcha. No, okay, okay, we're going back to focus. I promise, I promise. Okay, I'll check in with you later. Bye. Hello. Hi. Hello, welcome back to the break. Oh. Hello. Hariko is playing with fire? How? Oh, it's from IKEA. I don't know. There's like 5 at IKEA, so you can easily find it. If I can suggest you can get better. You can get a better one. It's okay, like, you know. I did go to Skio. My best friend is from Skio. Break from working. Were you being productive? Were you doing something interesting? Hi, Nidus. Oh, thank you for writing in chat. Thank you for writing in chat. Yeah, Raudo. Are you from Skio? Are you from Skio de Janeiro? Gobble Wobbles, hi! Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Stop, please. Don't be mean to them. What do you mean, of course you are? How was I supposed to know? Who is she? I'm scared of telling you. No, I'm scared. I'm scared of telling you. I mean, I shared her, and like I also shared like Ali, are you actually? Ellen Bay, are you actually? I don't know if I'm getting scammed if it's actually you. Oh, sì, ciao! Ciao! Come fa? Alright, she tries to read the book, please. Yes, no, we have to read this book. Stop it. Stop complaining.
Where do young cows eat lunch? In the cafeteria.
You get a cafeteria? You have this book, you see? If she's younger than you, probably I know her. How do you know that I'm older, Raudo? Excuse you. How do you know that I'm... How young? How... What? What do you mean run until you can? Wait. Ashkaron, that's not how you treat people. They want to become friends. Shut up. Let me have friends. We're all cool here. We're very cool here. Shut up. So, you want me to read a novel instead? Should we read a novel instead? Like a true crime one? Okay. I'm reading a true crime. Let's see if you prefer the true crime ones. But then they're like true crime short story. "11 disturbing true crime stories." Maybe not. Maybe not. This one has pictures. What the fuck? No, no, no. Maybe not. I am not well, folks. I am very much not. That's why I believe that motivation is fucking bullshit. You have to just build up a constant routine that you follow and follow and follow and follow and like chat is also following the routine of scamming me. Stop doing illegal stuff. Stop dropping. Who started it? Who started the drop? I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. Who was it? Was it Korpa? No. It started way earlier. Linger. Linger, that was it. Why are they showing back up? Wait, stop. Hide. Why do they keep coming back? We're stuck. Stop showing it. That's... It was not redeemed. Oh yeah, it was redeemed now. No, okay, it was redeemed now. Okay. Taking control over the stream. I know. I realized. I saw. Now you can drop. Now you can enjoy your fun little game. I feel like these are a little bit too scary. I feel like these story a little bit too scary. I just need to find short stories with a moral. I wanted to. Oh, what was the one that we were using? What about 100 great short stories from American literature? Aesopo! That's the one I wanted to read you about. What the? A hunger artist. Okay. No, this is Kafka. Why are they not in order? What if I click like an author is not showing me? Why I cannot? Oh no, I didn't do the wall. Yeah, I forgot. Sorry. A hungry artist? Okay, we're gonna read that one. No, the what you want. It's not a short story. It's a long story. Never mind. We're not reading the story in this break. Never mind. Never mind. It's gonna be in the next one. It's gonna be in the next one. Let's go with work. You're just distracting. Enjoy your lunch. Creme brulee, you're having lunch now? I hope you're like in another time zone. Otherwise, you're having a very late lunch here. I'm still alive. It can be short. You're from Argentina? Hola. Hola, vámonos, creme brulee. Vámonos. Oh. To all my Argentinian friends. In Italy, we have some specific things to like trigger you. In Brazil, there's other things to trigger you. Now I know a new thing to trigger you Argentinian people. Muchachos! I don't know how it continues. I just know that I have to scream muchachos. And then do like muchachos. And that's it. That's all I know. There we go. You forgot lunch. Pure! Go get it. Cabrones? What do you mean cabrones? No cabrones. Ahora nos volvimos a ilusionar. Okay, okay. Yeah, I definitely know how the melody goes there. Sure, Raudo. Hi, John. Shall we get back to work? Muchachos, shall we go back to work? Ciao Lupe, anch'io sono italiana. Come va? You love my Spanish accent? ¿Cómo que es cabrones? No, tú no eres cabrones. Una persona de sí cabrone. Gaspa, not yet. I'm waiting for it. I cannot wait. Thank you so much again for the gifts. If you didn't know, Gaspa actually got me like a couple of gifts from the wish list. So I appreciate you very much for it. That was for my birthday. Thank you for that. Why can't we ask you to smile? Because it's cringe to say, like, when you see someone working and you go like, you should smile more. Cabrón means stupid, no? Doesn't it mean that? Doesn't it mean that? No? A scumbag, like, very, like, it's stupid, you know? It's not like a big... Wait, it's not? It was okay, Gasper. It was perfect. It's stupid. Assholes, really? I'm reading this. Wait. Exactly, Alien. Like, exactly like that. You just smile more. Bruh. I thought a cabrones came from, like, cabra, like the goat. In Italian, capra means goat. So I thought it was like a big goat? Like a big sheep? No, that is not where cabron comes from. That's not it. That's not where it comes from. Really? I didn't know. Really? Oh shit. If I insulted someone, I'm really sorry. I thought I was just telling you Dumbo. That. Oh. Caprone? Like, yeah, I thought like in Italian you say sei un caprone, sei un tonto. Muchachos, ahora tenemos que trabajar. True, true. People, we learned something during this break. Yep, yep. Te soy un cabrón. There we go, that's what I'm saying. Okay, anyway. People, is the cabra? What? I'm the goat. Education. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. I'm gonna get a cookie. I feel like I need a cookie. I'll check in with you in 45 minutes, okay? Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome to the break. Hi, welcome back to the break. How are you doing? That hurt? Sorry. That's a better funky mode. You bitch. Hello, welcome back, people. How are you doing? How is it going? Don't start something you cannot finish. I was like looking at the, you know that we got the electric legs, and I want to build them. But in order to like apply them to my desk here, I would need and I was like, I'm thinking, what if I just buy one? It has happened many times that I needed one. You know, I needed one of those. So what if I just get one? It's like $50. I thought it was going to be super expensive. I thought it was going to be hella expensive. It's like, it's a Bosch Drio. It's super teeny tiny. It just stuff. It's a Bosch 5th generation with a better integrated 10 points. Alessio, hi. Really, Astro? Alessio, what are you studying? What are you working on? When I wanted to find that outfit, they say you got the last one. What to do? This outfit? The one that I'm wearing? No. A very handy but expensive, better to borrow. It's like 50. And it has happened many times that I needed one of those and I didn't have it. So I just, it has 10 points. 10 things. Buy a full home toolkit? Oh shit. My word, seeing if you have any tool stores nearby. Yeah, but in that's what I'm thinking. Like, I want to start to become independent, and I feel like having one of these, it's gonna come in handy, for sure, in the future. It's a premium set. The basic costs even more. Like the premium set is cheaper. Hi, what? Buy it, use it, send it back. Imagine. What is the air traffic controller? Controls traffic? Oh, is that what you want to do? 10 things? It's a... with things, it's a tool. Yeah. But it's not just that. I can also, like, be doing a... Wait, can I use this one to also make holes in the wall? Hi, Gerga. Hello. Holy shit! Gerga, have you been following since fucking forever? And you wrote 5 messages? Your first message was on the 11th of November? Bro, were you already partnered then? Gerga, were you already partnered back then? Or did we become partnered, like, both of us? Congrats to you, Gerga! Congrats to you! Let's go! You see, following brings good luck. Where are you? Gerga, should I get a or... Oh, wait, why are you watching me? Why are you watching me? What?
Hey!
Why are you watching me?
Chill! Stop. No, I'm just checking in. I'm just checking in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. That's fine. It's okay. That's all right. Shout out to all the drainers. You good? That's fine. All right. Okay. Shout out to all the drainers. You good? Sorry, I'm having a little bit of fun.
Excuse.
Okay. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of fun. I'm so happy that you got to be partner, by the way. Congrats to you. Congrats to you. Thank you for keep following for 2 years. I appreciate you for still watching. You still are, I know. But still. I hope not in Italy. Why not in Italy? Why am I getting cough now? It's like a child with a new... That's not a toy! Jake, how dare you calling them toys? How dare you? Kiwi, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, I swear I still cannot... Kiwi, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the 2 months. Giga, I still cannot understand. Bro, you've been following for 2 freaking years since I started streaming. Like, I started streaming, you followed after like 1 week. I started on the 2nd of November of 2020. Shit. This man. I swear, it's crazy. I know it's gone. Okay, sorry, Jake, sorry. Anyway. How was it? How was this tomato for y'all? Sorry, I got like... What the fuck? I got a little bit like, wow. Sorry. No, 5 messages, anyway. How are y'all doing, people? How is it going? How are you feeling? Oh, we were talking about the... I finished the water. I don't have water. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get water. So am I getting the... I am getting this... But my most important question is, can I drill holes in the wall? Does it make holes in the wall? Or do I have to use another thing? No? So is this thing just to make faster, like instead of like staying there like this, you just... I'm confused. I need to do that one, Buddha. No. Avvitatore batteria. I don't think that is a trapano. So should I get a trapano avvitatore batteria? Trapano avvitatore batteria. And that would work? Oh yeah, this one looks more chunky. And also the price looks more chunky. Yep. Yeah. 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 Okay. Yeah. Okay. Shit. This is a bit different. Il trapano fa I buchi, l'avvitatore... Okay. And I didn't know, chat. I had no idea. Good to know. You see, we're learning new things. Every new break, we learn new things. Shit, I want one of these. Should have won one of these. I want a trapano avvitatore. I want a trapano avvitatore. There's also one that has the... You know, the... What is this? How do you call that? A smerigliatrice. You know the... You know? There is the flex. What is the flex? No, it's the you know? Sbattito, no. That guy won. We're now learning things in bricks. Yep. The Smarmel? Is it called Smarmel? Are you just Agnello? They have different sounds yet so similar because they are kind of similar, you know, in a way. I found that I'm gonna get the one that Amazon is suggesting as a trapano avvitatore. It also has a LED light. Let's go. Let's go. The Ryobi tools, they can cost a little more, but they can use one battery type for everything. So once you have the battery, you can just get the tool for like 50 less. This one has 2 batteries. RGB light, yes, it goes like... it goes like the computer with like crazy light. Yes, I'm still working out. Better because it has lights. Show you? I'm scared of sharing my address by showing you the... Wait, I can do this. Wait, why is it an error? No, no, no. Trappola nell'attività batteria. Okay, let's just very quickly. I don't know what I'm gonna share with you. Let's see. Okay. I was thinking about this one. Trapano avvitatore. I'm sorry for all the non-Italian speakers. Yeah. So there's a z, there's like the thingy, there's other stuff, there's a lot of points, there is a LED light. A zoop zoop machine. No, this is a z machine, not a zoop zoop. So this one can do, no, this is more like, no, I cannot do the sound of this. No. You don't know the brand? It's fine. Cordless drill. Because there's other brands, but they are, look at the prices of this shit. Look at this, the Bosch one, it's like 135. No! Trapano batteria. Oh, but this is still expensive. Oh, look at how pretty. Oh. On the glass? Do you know how many things I can do? Do you know how many things I can... Wait, what was the last thing? Do you know how many things I can make holes into it? Two. But isn't this maybe too big for the... No, I can do it on the wood. It's okay. I hope this is the one that I need. I hope this is the one that I need, because I needed to just... I don't need to like make a hole. I just need to like make a little bit of like a hole on this desk and just put a vita in it and like a screw in it, and that's it. Don't know. Oh, don't look at the timer. Don't look at that. Don't look at it. Don't look at that. That's not important for us. Yeah, I wanted something that vibrates to show that the break of Pomodoro is over. What the fuck is that? Company that produce professional screwdrivers, it costs an average 600. Do you want the link? I mean, if you're gonna have like a way to send it to me, for sure, for free. I'm not gonna spend 600 euros on the freaking screwdrivers, you know. Yeah, no, so far it's like, yeah, I was like, sorry, yes, we're going back to study. We have still one more tomato. Sorry if we got a little bit, you know. Sorry if I got on talking about other things. Sorry, it's the last one, just because I'm tired. E basta sul tavolo che fa il buco. Se devi evitare una vita, evitala e basta sul tavolo che fa il buco da solo. You think so? I bought one for 50 here in Spain, but it was Chinese Bosch. Self-tapping screws? I don't know if there's self-tapping screws. I don't... What if then I need it? What do I do? Julinga! Julinga! Thank you so much for that. Thank you for the prem. Your way of saying like it's done. We're gonna get back to work. Back to work. Julinga, thank you so much. Can I ask a friend to borrow it? Yeah, but I also want it. I don't want to stop asking people for favors. Julinga, thank you so much for that. What did the instruction tell me? They just tell me to try say oh with your mouth closed. Your mom. I don't know. It doesn't say like shit. It just says wait. How does it call it? It doesn't say what type of things are. It just says put them in the table. Yeah, Pastor check, sorry. Back here again, we'll come back. Okay, let's get back. The reason why I want to build them on the desk is because I need them to like raise the desk so we can have standing breaks, you know? Anyway, I'll check in with you. I'll take you in 45 minutes, people. Be good, everyone. Bye. Hello. Welcome back. Sorry if the last tomato is gonna be a bit a shorter one, but I just realized that I have to meet with a friend, and we're meeting in 5 minutes. I have 5 minutes to wear something different and to get ready and just get out of the house. Sorry about it. Sorry about it. You escaped? Yes, you did escape. I'm sorry, I forgot entirely about that. I really appreciate you for being here today. If you haven't yet, join us on Discord. There's still people working there, so just go on Discord, go over there, and then thank you. Thank you so much for today. I'm very, very proud of you for working also on the second. What day is it? Third? Today is the third? Yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna be late with my friend probably. If you also want to just check on Instagram, I also made a birthday post. If you wanna just, you know, like it and comment and say happy birthday again, you just do it if you want to, you know, like whatever. I hope she will not be like she should not be late, but I will be super fast, super fast. Thank you so much for being here today. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the DJ, so tomorrow you can choose the music to put on during the tomatoes. And you can also, we will also have Tenant telling us the news of the day. We're done with the tomatoes of the day. People, I love you. I love you very, very much. How late am I? Oh, super late. Oh my God, she just told me she's late. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love you. I'll see you tomorrow. I really, really do. I'll see you tomorrow. Be good, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your night. Be nice to yourself.